Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to everyone here in the Victoria Arduino Experience Lab in Camden, North London. Welcome to everyone that's joined us in the room. Welcome to everyone that's joined us on the live stream. Your company is very welcome throughout the day. We hope you enjoy 12 amazing competitors taking the stage in this year's 2026 UK Coffee and Good Spirits Championship. So, without further ado, we're going to get this competition underway. So, please, would you like to welcome our judging panel? Judges, would you like to come and take the stage? Keep the round of applause going, because making their debut in Coffee and Good Spirits, it's Juria Takahashi.
Time. Hello, judges. Before we taste, we see. Even before tasting begins, our brains start building the idea of flavor. Flavor perception is influenced by color, aroma, expectation, and past experience. This means what we taste is constructed through the multiple signals. Today, we will explore the different sensory signals through two drinks using the same coffee. To explore this idea, I will separate flavor from appearance. Today, I am using Licaroma, small distillation device from Japan. I am grinding the coffee and then we'll be back. Liquor refers to physics and chemistry in Japanese, and aroma comes from aroma. Distillation captures volatile aromatic compounds while leaving the color behind. I am distilling coffee together with cognac and coffee in equal parts. The coffee I've selected today is from Colombia. It is Castillo variety, produced by Jairo Asila at Finca Santa Monica. This is a dry Arabica fermentation with green apple, bringing green apple, chocolate, and honey sweetness. Through the distillation, color will be completely removed, but the aroma still be present. We will come back to this in a moment, but for now, I am preparing your hot designer drink. I am extracting espresso using the same coffee. I am using 90 grams toast, 40 grams out. This recipe maximizes sweetness while maintaining the balance. For this drink, I am using 100 milliliters of apple juice, sipped apple juice for sweetness, supporting apple note in coffee. And next, I am using 30 milliliters Bailey's Irish cream for the creamy texture. next, I am using 50 milliliter of cognac for the body, creating warmth and depth. And I am using 10 milliliter of Muyu vinegar grease for the savory complexity. And I am using 4 grams of carrot for the caramelized sweetness. I am steaming all the ingredients together. And I am filtering the mixture via cellar filter. The extremely fine mesh, almost invisible to naked eye, create more smooth texture. I am serving this drink in the black cup to control the color signal. The serving temperature of this drink is 40 Celsius. Judges, you will experience stewed apple, cherry liquor, and burnt butter ice cream. Here's a drink. Please enjoy. And now I am preparing your second designer drink using the distilled coffee. That is, here the small sample of distilled coffee I distilled earlier. This is just for your reference. Please bring gently the glass closer and just assess the aroma. For this drink, I am using distilled coffee, 10 milliliter of distilled coffee, and next I am adding 20 milliliter of rock gin. Citrus, green tea, and essential spice create layer structure. And next, I am using Muyu jasmine for the floral note, 10 milliliter of Muyu jasmine. And last, I am using 60 milliliter of nashberry juice for sweetness, creating refresh, juicy mouthfeel. The serving temperature of this drink is 3 Celsius. That is, you will experience white floral, coriander seed, and white peach. taste the drink. Thank you very much. Please enjoy. Time.
Let's hear it for Juria. Amazing. Fantastic performance. Juria, come and say hello. How does it feel? Debut in Coffee and Good Spirits.
Yeah, my first time to compete in Coffee and Good Spirits and the first competitor.
Yeah, I know, right? What a pressure to put on you.
Yeah.
What an amazing performance. Beautifully calm, beautifully measured, and some beautiful techniques displayed on stage as well. So walk me through this distillation technique. It's not something I've seen on the stage before. How did you come across it, and why did you choose this particular one?
As I am originally from Japan, the place I used to work in Japan, I mean, I used to live there around the area, but there is some like a labo team creating and focusing on distillation. One of them team is one of my regulars, and I always get the passion, and maybe someday I want to use a distillation on the stage, and then today's the day.
So how long ago was that you first came across this?
I remember it was like 4 years ago,
Okay,
something
so
like that, yeah.
And it's a beautiful way. Obviously, working with coffee and trying to get a coffee cocktail that doesn't have the color of coffee in some way is always the challenge, generally. So serving something like that on stage that's crystal clear, I think is absolutely beautiful. How did you find the preparation steps of pulling this recipe together? Was it a long process or something that was relatively straightforward?
But something is always in my mind, so I feel like it.
Just want to say quickly goodbye to our judging panel as they're ready to go off and deliberate.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hope to see you
Thank
tomorrow.
you, judges. Yeah, so was it something that came together quite quickly, or was it something that was a lot of variations and iterations?
Quick.
That's amazing. That's fantastic. Well, listen, it's been fabulous watching you on stage compete for the first time. We hope this is the first of many. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Our first competitor in their debut, it's Juria.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone. So that is us up and running. As always, thank you for your company here in the studio in Camden, but also on the live stream. We hope you stay with us for the rest of the day. There are 11 more amazing competitors going to take to the stage. So don't go anywhere. Our next competitor will be on stage and on the live stream at 10:20. So we'll see you soon. All right, welcome back everyone, and welcome back to the Victoria Arduino Experience Lab in Camden, North London. Welcome back to all of you joining us on the live stream. As ever, your company is really welcome as you support these fantastic competitors as they take to the stage in this year's Coffee in Good Spirits 2026 finals. Okay, so we are just about to get underway again, so our judging panel are just getting their pencils sharpened, their pens clicked, and their clipboards ready, and will be making their way down a spiral staircase any minute now. I'm getting a thumbs up from Lily. Hi, Lily. They're just on their way. So in the meantime, a massive thank you to everyone that helps us put on these competitions, to our incredible sponsors, which we'll give a little bit more of a shout out later. But right now, what is most important is the competitors on the stage and making their way back to the Coffee and Good Spirit stage for the second year in a row. It's the amazing, it's the wonderful, it's the talented, it's Annie Knight, everybody. And let's keep the round of applause going as we bring our judges up to the stage. Judges, take your places and meet Annie.
Hello.
Annie, best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Yeah. Hi, darling. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Can I get music, please? Awesome. And time. Good morning, judges. Nice to see y'all. So during my research of Courvoisier, I noticed how important heritage was to them, so much so that they have a collaboration with a separate company celebrating father figures. With that in mind, and with Mother's Day fast approaching in the US, I thought it only appropriate to celebrate two women who have helped shape me and their heritage. I have here your menus for the day, with images of the two beautiful women who have inspired today's cocktails. I'll start by preparing the filter for our second course while you have a look over that. I have going into the grinder 19 grams of a Colombian El Embrujo coffee. El Embrujo translates to the spell, which is fitting for this coffee's magical notes of dark chocolate, cherry, stewed fruit, and anise. I'll be brewing it in 250 mils of water for 3.5 minutes to really bring out those notes of stewed fruit and dark chocolate. While this brews, I'll be doing our first coffee cocktail. It would be La Flor Fragante, which is inspired by my amazing mother, Iris, who is half Mexican. The coffee I'll be using is a Costa Rican Las Lajas Milenio. I'll have 19 grams going into the group head. What's interesting about the Las Lajas farm is they don't actually use water at any point during their process. Everything is done by hand to create an environmentally friendly impact. So what we get is a coffee that's been hand-picked at 1,350 meters above sea level, and then naturally processed to develop notes. Of bright pineapple juice and sugarcane. I'll be brewing this for 32 seconds with a yield of 45 out to really bring out those notes of bright pineapple juice. So as I said earlier, my mother is half Mexican, so there will be Mexican elements in this cocktail. The first being a Jamaica agua fresca. I've separated the Jamaica agua fresca ingredients today just for visual appeal, but this is something you could definitely batch brew in a large cocktail setting, or a large bar setting, which is perfect for the summer months coming up. So I've got 20 mils of fresh lime juice, the 20 mils piloncillo syrup, I made it a 1-to-1 ratio. Piloncillo is just raw cane sugar. And then I have 100 grams, or 100 mils, of a hibiscus cold brew that I've used doing 50 grams hibiscus leaves, brewed in 750 mils of cold water, and left to brew for 10 hours. If you were going to do this in a large bar setting, you would just need to remember the ratio 1 part lime juice to 1 part piloncillo to 4 parts hibiscus leaves. Take the hibiscus leaves out after 10 hours, and then that liquid will be good for 5 days, provided it's kept between 4 and 6 degrees Celsius. I've just added the backbone of our cocktail, which is a liqueur de elote from Mexico. This is a sweet corn liqueur that is made using a 4,000-year-old process of nixtamalization. It's then blended with an unaged corn whiskey and sweetened with piloncillo furler, which is going to help with our tart base and our acidic coffee. I've got 20 mils of Courvoisier going in to add dried red fruit notes. Then be adding our coffee. I'm going to shake this down to a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius. This is where I find the best body, smooth finish, and bright fruit notes. I'm going to double strain it to make sure there's no ice in our final product. This is going to be strained over a large ice cube to prevent any further dilution as you drink. Now, unfortunately, corn flowers are no longer in season, but I instead have a variation of lavender that has similar aroma and visuals. Thank you so much, darling. Do a little bit of gardening here while I get our garnishes ready. Judges, please enjoy La Flor Fragante with notes of pomegranate, cranberry, and pineapple. Thank you. Alrighty, judges, welcome back. So our second cocktail today is inspired by my partner's mother, Jaya, who I affectionately call Amma in Tamil. And as Tamil would suggest, she is Sri Lankan. I actually had the privilege of going to Sri Lanka just last year with my partner, and what struck me was how kind the people were, and it reminded me of how much warmth Amma had given me, welcoming me into her family. So in keeping with that, I've gone with a tea-inspired cocktail. So I have our filter from earlier. What I've added is 25 mils of a honey syrup made at a 1-to-1 ratio. This honey syrup is from Italian cherry flowers, which is going to complement the cherry notes in our coffee, as well as the floral notes in our backbone alcohol for this cocktail, which is a Ceylon Arak here. Ceylon Arak is made, or Arak is made differently in various parts of the world, but in Sri Lanka, it's made with coconut flower sap. I've then infused that with a coconut or with vanilla pod to complement with the dark chocolate notes in our coffee, and then given it a coconut oil fat wash in order to give it a rounder body and a smoother finish. I've added 7.5 mils of Courvoisier to add complexity, marry well with the cherry, and complement our ginger liqueur that has gone in at 7.5 mils to add some spice, again to complement the cherry and the stewed fruit notes. I've stirred it 5 times and let it sit down to get to a temperature of 53 degrees Celsius, which is where I find all of these notes marry well on the palate. This is something I find perfect for a high-end cocktail bar where we can sit and talk, have some theater, and I can tell you a lovely story. Judges, please enjoy a Mateam Tenir, or afternoon tea, with notes of candied ginger, anise, and stewed dates. Thank you. Time.
Oh, let's hear it for Annie. Oh, Annie, well done. Oh, amazing performance. So assured. To think this is only your second time up on the stage. I think you've been doing this for years. And amazing, incredible. How do you feel?
I feel good. I feel like my head's like a tomato. I'm so toasty back here.
It gets warm under the lights, right?
Yeah.
So clearly the thing that stood out for me throughout this routine is almost like a global trip around the world. Not only with the ingredients, but probably more importantly, the people that inspired them.
Absolutely.
So walk us through that journey a little bit. You did an amazing job on stage, the judges, but how much of that was an inspiration, these two particular people in this creation?
So this was something I actually wanted to do last year, but I couldn't find a way to do it with gin. So with Kvassier being a darker spirit, I found it a much more accessible theme to kind of go through. So this is something I've been wanting to do for years now.
Oh,
So
that's
very
great.
excited.
So this has been in the making for a lot longer than just the last 12 months.
Absolutely, yeah.
And walk us through that. Last year was your debut. You did an amazing job. You had a great performance. But how is it coming back, and what have you learned from one performance to the other?
I think I was a lot calmer coming into it this time, because when you first come in, you have no idea what the stage looks like. You have no idea what's happening. You have no idea that there's going to be people behind you. So that was a lot more nerve-wracking, whereas this year I'm like, oh yeah, it's familiar. I'm like, I've been here before. Like, we'll go get breakfast at the local place and then come in, and
That goes an awful long way, doesn't it? Just getting you prepped.
Absolutely, yeah. And then having my team, my partner is actually here to support me today, so this is really exciting.
It's great.
Yeah.
I think I'm just keeping half an eye on the judges, because any minute now when they're ready, which I think that smile is, yes, they are.
Yeah.
We're going to say goodbye to our lovely judging panel. Do you want to say
Amazing.
your goodbyes?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, and let's have a wonderful round of applause. Our fantastic judges, but more
Thank you,
importantly,
guys.
an amazing competitor, back for the second year running. It's Annie, everyone.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so that is 2 down, 10 to go. So we will be back on stage with our next competitor at 10:55 as we welcome Davide. So don't go anywhere. If you're watching this at home, go and make yourself a nice cup of coffee. If you're here in the room, we'll be back on stage at 10:55. We will see you then. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, as always, to the Victoria Arduino Experience Lab in Camden. We have our next competitor about to take the stage, so if you're watching on the live stream, get ready for a killer pair of cocktails as we welcome to the stage previous Coffee Masters champion and third time competing in coffee and good spirits. It's Davide Aratzi. Keep the round of applause going as we welcome our judges to the stage. Judges, welcome. Davide, all the best.
Thank you. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? Hey. Hey. Amazing. You ready? Great. Can I just check my music, please? Yeah, great. Just want to start. Thank you. Time. That's the lesson both coffee and spirits have taught me, is that great flavors cannot be rushed. From harvesting and processing to aging and fermentation, both worlds rely on time as an essential ingredient. Time allows sweetness to develop, bitterness to soften, and complexity to form. And judges, both of your drinks today are built on the same exact concept. Nothing has been accelerated, rushed, or forced. Each element has been allowed to develop fully, and only served when it has reached its best balance and clarity. Today, judges, we'll be starting with your cold designer drink first, for which I'm using an espresso base. Now, the coffee I'm using is a naturally processed geisha varietal, harvested at 1,700 meters above sea level at Johnston Estate in Panama. And I chose this coffee because of its intense stone fruit, white grape, and floral notes, which are going to create the perfect foundation for your drinks today. My team and I roasted this coffee 24 days ago, and today I'm using a recipe of 18.2 grams in, 60 grams out, with a total contact time of around 25 seconds, as these where I found the best balance and sweetness that this geisha has to offer. Now, judges, I'll be adding my espresso through a hyperchiller to avoid any unnecessary dilution, cool the espresso down, and preserve these great aromas. But we'll get back to this later. Now, before getting started, I prepared these menus for you with all the ingredients that we're using today. So, today we're starting with 40 mils of Courvoisier VSOP cognac, a cognac that develops its complexity over at least 4 years of barrel aging. The first great example of how great flavors shouldn't be rushed. This will contribute a dry fruit sweetness and caramel notes to the final drink, coming through as your first taste note of caramel. 40 mils of Bentiana, a herbal liqueur built on a base of grape spirit, infused with a blend of botanicals and forest honey, adding a subtle bitterness, warm spices, and herbal complexity to the final drink. 30 mils of a cold brewed Lapsang Souchong tea, traditionally smoke dried with a pine wood, which I've cold brewed to reduce bitterness. This will add depth and a subtle smokiness to the final drink. And 60 mils of a clarified lacto-fermented fig cordial, which I made by vacuum sealing fresh figs and salt, ferment them for 7 days. I've then strained the liquid, added water and sugar, and clarified it with whole milk and citric acid to increase texture and create a velvety mouthfeel. This will add a jammy fig sweetness to the final drink, rounded acidity, and come through in your final drink as plum jam. Now, judges, all of the ingredients in this drink can be pre-batched with only the addition of freshly brewed espresso, making it great for workflow in even the busiest high-end cocktail bar or speakeasy, where this drink has been designed to be served. Now, judges, I'm going to shake this over ice to homogenize all of the ingredients, as well as bringing together all textures and flavors. And obviously add in my espresso from earlier back in. Excuse me while I prepare this. Judges, I'll be serving you a drink today in a Nick and Nora glass with a drinking temperature of around 2 degrees. As these are where I found the best balance and sweetness in the final drink. And I'll be serving these on a wood coaster, which finish resembles an element that has been shaped through time. So once again, judges, for final taste notes, you can expect red grape, caramel, plum jam, with a velvety mouthfeel, medium body, and a long, sweet, herbal finish. As the last touch, to resemble one of the main ingredients in a drink, I will garnish this with a fig leaf. And now while I get ready for the second course, these for you, enjoy. These for you, enjoy. All right, judges, let's get started with the second course of today, your hot designer drink. We're starting with 40 mils of the same Courvoisier cognac used in the first course, but this time it will add soft caramel and light oak notes to the final drink, supporting the character of the coffee, which I'll talk about in a minute. 20 mils of plum liqueur. The plums in this liqueur develop their complexity over several weeks of slow maceration. These will add a deep stone fruit sweetness, as well as an extra layer of complexity, adding the first note of Christmas pudding to the final drink. 30 mils of Soccata cordial, made from elderflowers, which have been steeped and rested over weeks, supporting the fruity character of the coffee. 10 mils of a cascara sugar syrup, which I made using equal parts of cascara, sugar, and water, adding a fruity sweetness, depth, and body. 2 drops of cardamom bitters, and 2 drops of saline solution. These will add an aromatic uplift and warm spices to the final drink, coming through as the final taste note of mulled wine. And now, judges, for the most important ingredient of all, the coffee itself. The coffee I've chosen is a thermal shock wash process bourbon pimienta varietal, harvested at 1,900 meters above sea level at Finca Los Nogales in Colombia. And I chose this coffee because of its intense fruitiness, as well as naturally high sweetness and complexity. This being a perfect coffee together with all the other ingredients today. Now, this coffee has undergone 120 hours of fermentation, which is an extremely long but crucial process at Finca Los Nogales to achieve this final, incredible, and amazing cup. Now, my team and I roasted this coffee 6 days ago, and today I'm brewing on a clever dripper with a ratio 1:10 on a Sibrace fast wavy filter to preserve the high sweetness and body, but while high clarity. Now, judges, just like for the first course, all of the ingredients in this drink can also be pre-batched with only the addition of freshly brewed filter coffee. And it has been designed to be the perfect aperitif cocktail at a high-end cocktail bar or a speakeasy. Now, I'll be serving it today in a ceramic mug, covered by a lid. To preserve and maintain a temperature at around 55 degrees, which is also going to be your drinking temperature today, as these where I found the best balance and sweetness in the final cup. So only drinking instructions are removing the lid as soon as I call time, and then enjoy flavors that have been shaped through time. And once again, judges, for final taste notes, you can expect Christmas pudding, stewed pear, and mulled wine with a long, sweet finish. A velvety mouthfeel and medium body. And judges, as a last touch, I will garnish this with a single drop of orange oil for a fresh, citrusy aroma in the nose as soon as the lid has been removed. Now, judges, thank you very much for your time today. These for you, and these for you, and please enjoy. Thank you. Time.
Oh, let's hear it for Davide. Woo! Davide, well done, my friends.
Thank you.
How was that as always?
Yeah,
Nice to
it was
see you
good.
back.
Thank you. It's great to be back.
A lovely, polished, calm routine as ever, as we've come to expect
Thank
from
you.
you. What is it about this competition that keeps you coming back, and what is it about coffee cocktails that you like so much?
I just enjoy both. I've always loved both mixology and coffee, so this is the perfect competition if you love both. And yeah, you get to create such different drinks than usual comps. So I think it allows you to mix a lot of different flavors. So I think the creativity part of it it's also super, super enjoyable, and I think the process that I enjoy the most.
Yeah. No, and I want to know, so like, the coffee cocktails, it's funny, isn't it? Like, you go to almost every great cocktail bar, and there may be one on there or something on there. Why is it, do you think, that the bar industry isn't embracing coffee cocktails in the same way that this community is really developing them?
I think it is definitely happening a lot more lately. I think I've seen it popping up in the past couple of years. I think usually in cocktail bars, they try and focus more on the cocktails and the spirits rather than the coffee part of it. Coffee is always treated as an ingredient.
Right.
Hence why, the classic coffee cocktail syrups or spirits, which usually just taste like coffee and caramel.
Right, and it's complex, right? Because
Yeah.
you can't have bottles of coffee, like you can have bottles of whiskey, all different types to really develop it. I'm keeping half an eye on the judges. If you catch their eye as well, we're going to say goodbye. We'll interrupt each other. There we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, as
Thank you.
always.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's impossible for a bar to have 5, 6, 7 different coffees on with different
Exactly.
flavor profiles that you can choose.
You've got so many bottles. So
Right, and if you were going to try and give some advice to the bar industry about how they could really level up their game, there may be some watching. What would you sort of advise from the coffee side?
I guess do some research on what the best coffee liqueurs are in the industry. That's definitely some really good ones. Otherwise, just get a bit more expertise and knowledge in coffee making.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Amazing. Well, listen, I'm going to let you relax and calm down and unwind. The hard work is done. Let's hear it. It's the wonderful, it's Davide Aratzi, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, right, so we're going to let Davide clear up the stage, and obviously we will be back very soon. We'll be back with our next competitor at 11:30. So join us back on the live stream, back in the room for 11:30. We'll see you then. While I'm here, just as a reminder, so tomorrow after the finals, we'll be hosting a little after party here at VA. We've got people from Campari coming down with Courvoisier, so there'll be some cocktails, there'll be some tunes, there'll be some food. So if you're in the area, head on down to the Victoria Arduino Experience Lab in Camden, North London. All the details will be on the STA UK's Instagram feed, and we'll see you there for a bit of a party. Thanks very much. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back in the room to our Coffee and Good Spirits stage in Camden, North London. We are, of course, at the home of Victoria Arduino in their Experience Lab. Welcome to everyone joining us on the live stream. Thank you for joining us, as always. So coming up next, another amazing competitor in this year's 2026 Coffee and Good Spirits Championship. Previously competed in Brewers Cup, of course, but making their debut to the Coffee and Good Spirits stage. Please give a warm round of applause. It's Shaw Stew and Sofu Coffee. Keep the round of applause going as we welcome our judges to the stage. Meet our judges. And let's go. Good luck, Shaw.
I have some. Good luck. Thank you. Can I check my music? Oh, sorry. One more sec. I need help. Like when I finish my first cold drink, can you take my whole set, like the whole drink set, including the clothes, away?
I will let them decide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will let them decide by myself. So where do you serve it? Then I will take the drinks and I will add it on the side for the next shift.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Ready? Can we restart the music? Time. Coffee is one of the most exciting ingredients in mixology. It is multifaceted and giving me endless creativity in the glass. Today, I want to show you how I do it. The coffee I'm using today is from Las Flores in Villa, Colombia. It is a hydro honey java. This processing method giving it a really distinctive flavor notes, like red plums, red berries, and raisin, and some silky chocolate. It is complex and unique, giving me a lot of ideas. And for the first cold drink, I've chosen an espresso to capture the flavor like wild berries in this coffee. And to highlight the acidity and intensity, I've chosen an Actron 88 roasting profile paired with an espresso recipe of 21.8 grams out in and 36 grams out. And for the cold drink, I look closely to the processing method. It inspired me to deconstruct each step one by one, and I mapped each processing step to one of my ingredients in my drink. And the first drink is a espresso martini twist, which is good for serving in some high-end bar to create a really complete sensory experience. And my first and main ingredient is this cognac VSOP. Before depulping, the fermented cherries with fresh cherries were mixed together, aiming for complexity by different fermentation level. It works same way in the VSOP, which blend mature and younger eau de vie. So I'm using 20 ml of this to give a raisin flavor and oak spice aftertaste. And a 50-degree of 30 minutes thermal shock was applied during processing, which activates the sugars and oils in the cherries. And this inspires me to make oleosaccharum. I made it by one portion of espresso pucks, 1 portion of sugar, and a half portion of water to sous vide at 50 degrees for 2 hours. And I'm giving 20 ml of that to give a deeply chocolated sweetness and enhance the structure. And then a malto fermentation was applied during the processing. Malto is a juice from previous fermentation with desired microorganisms, and this inspired me to make a really juicy liqueur by rhubarb and apricot. I made it by infusing same amount of each fruit with sugars to infuse with vodka, and I'm giving 20 ml of that to highlight a stone fruit flavor, and then I will add 2 drops of this saline solution to round the mouthfeel and the lingered aftertaste, and I will give the coffee in. This drink will be mixed by shaking for dilution and a quick cool down. And the drink will be served at 3 degrees. In these Glencairn cups. The tulip shape help identify the aroma. And the wooden coaster representing the VSOP, cognac. At this degree, you will find some flavor like raisin and red plum and oak spice aftertaste and a juicy and creamy body. Enjoy. Oh, shit. For the warm drink, I go with a Actron 82 roasting profile for a chocolatey sweetness. And I brewed coffee at 90 degrees with 28 grams of coffee with 250 grams of water. And in the brewing, for the warm drink, I look closely to the brewing, and I made some experiments and make some intentional brewing errors to find something what came out. And I found wood flavor, vinegar-like acidity, and over-fermented flavor. And these are made flaws to others, but they are playful ingredients to me. And to respond to the woody flavor, I go with the cognac VSOP to bring which was blended in the French barrels, and it turns into a raisin and warm spice flavor in the drink. And for the vinegar-like acidity, I'll go with a shrub. I made it by fresh figs and balsamic vinegar, and the same portion of the coconut flour sugar. I made it by infuse them, and I'm adding 20 ml of that to give a raisin flavor and a hint of vinegar flavor. And for the over-fermented flavor, I made a rice malt syrup with miso. I made it by blending miso and the rice syrup at 1:20 ratio. And I'm using 20 ml of that to give a koji-like umami flavor and a maltose sweetness. Thank you. And this drink will be served at these 2 tea bowls at 45 degree. And this degree, you will find raisin and warm spice flavor and stone fruit-like flavor with a hint of coconut. Before you drink, please open the lid to sense the aroma and stir 3 circles with a spoon. So, to opposite drink, 2 directions. Coffee has a really rich flavor library than we can imagine. Enjoy. Time.
Let's hear it for sure. Yeah. First time on the stage. How was that?
Nervous.
Yeah, really, right? Of course. Like, it's such a difficult thing to do. I don't think people quite understand how hard it is to build a routine, or there's hours of practice to bring something to the stage. So, first of all, you did an amazing job. Just to put yourself on stage is fantastic. So you should be really, really proud. Let's talk about the drinks a little bit. Of the 2 drinks that you presented today, which one did you enjoy developing the most, and which one are you most proud of?
So actually, the cold drink, I think, represents some easy drink but clean drink, and the hot drink, it may represent some complexity. So, yeah, I like both of them.
Hard to choose between the 2. Well, that's good. That's good. And look, we all know, anyone that's ever either competed or worked in and around the competition scene knows that there is an army of people that help you on your journey.
Yes.
Is there anyone you want to say thank you to, or to give a special shout out to?
So first, I would definitely thank my coach, Christopher.
The amazing Chris So, of course, here in the house.
Always. And my colleague in Sofu, and definitely Gordon, Andrew, and their team in. Yes. An
amazing group of people, fantastic human beings, and some amazing competitors as well. So that's an incredible team to have around you. Well, listen, it's been wonderful watching you share your journey with us on stage. Thank you so much. We hope to see you many, many times to come. Best of luck in the competition.
Thank you.
Want to say goodbye to our lovely judges? And as we do, let's have a round of applause for Shaw Sue, everyone. Okay, so we have another competitor down, but there are still plenty more to go. We'll be back on stage with someone that needs very little introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. We have Claire Wallace about to take the stage. So they will be back at 12:05. So if you're joining us on the live stream, be back for midday to watch our next competitor. We'll see you soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're just getting our next competitor mic'd up. So before we do, welcome back on the live stream to Coffee and Good Spirits, the semi-finals for the 2026 competition. As always, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. And don't forget, if you're in the London area after the finals tomorrow, we'll be holding an after party. And at that after party is where we will be announcing the winner of the 2026 competition. It's open to everybody, not only in the industry, so come on down, Camden, North London. All the details will be on the SCA UK feed and also on their Instagram channels. So yeah, come and join us after the gig tomorrow. Okay, so our next competitor needs very little introduction, but it's literally my job to introduce them. So in that case, please welcome someone to the stage, runner-up, a third place in the World Barista Championships, all the way back in 2022. Her second time competing on this stage for Coffee and Good Spirits. It is, of course, the fabulous Claire Wallace, everybody. Judges, please take your stages. Claire, good luck.
Nice to see you. Hi. Hi. Won't shake your hands. That'll be a bit weird. Okay. Could I get my music, please? And time. Good morning, judges. A coffee cocktail, just like a great book, can tell an amazing story. Each cocktail, a new genre, each ingredient, a new character to meet, and each flavor, a new adventure. So judges, welcome to the library, where each of our coffee cocktails are themed on some of our favorite books and stories. Now, I don't want you to lose your place, so I've prepared some bookmarks for you, but these will also be your menus for today's drinks, so feel free to have a browse. Pardon me. And for your first cocktail, we're going to Regency, England, inspired by Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. I call this cocktail the Diamond of the Season. And it's a punch-style cocktail. It is a style of drink that would have been very popular with the characters of the novel back at their Regency balls of the time. And the coffee that I've chosen to serve you for this cocktail today is a naturally processed geisha varietal, grown by Carlos Estrada at Finca Santa Arena in Guatemala. And the reason I chose this coffee today was for its complex and elegant flavor profile of citrus fruits and white florals that you'll experience in your cocktail today. And to best bring out these flavor profiles, I'm brewing the cocktail with a 19.5 gram dose to a 47 gram yield. In an extraction time of about 27 seconds, as this is where I found the best balance between the coffee's acidity and the flavor clarity of the coffee. Now, once this is brewed, I'll be adding all of these ingredients, well, this ingredient, and my other ingredients into a hyper chiller. And that's going to help cool everything down to my desired drinking temperature of 10 degrees on my first sip. So any good punch has 5 core flavors that will anchor the cocktail: strong, sweet, sour, spice, and weak. And this one is no different. So we're starting with strong. We're going for 40 milliliters of Courvoisier VSOP cognac. This goes through an extended period of oak aging for up to 12 years, and that gives vanilla notes and a rich nuttiness that adds complexity and depth to the cocktail. Then for my sweet, I actually have 2 ingredients. I've got 15 milliliters of creme de pêche peach liqueur. It's going to add a stone fruit character to the cocktail and support the sweet fruit notes in my espresso. And then I also have an English wildflower honey cordial, and I'm adding 30 mils of this. And I made this by adding 1 part of English wildflower honey, 1 part water, and 1% malic acid together. And this adds a complexity and a more layered sweetness, as well as supporting the florality in my coffee, bringing a note of honeysuckle to the drink. My spice and my weak I've combined, so I've got 30 milliliters of a soda water, as well as 1 milliliter of Peta Market cocktail seasoning. So this cocktail seasoning works mostly like a bitters, except it's only got half of the bitter qualities to it. And it's actually packed with ingredients that you'd find in a classic punch, like green tea, sweet spices, and Arak, which is the classic spirit base for a punch. The soda in this is going to help open up the flavors of the cocktail, whereas the spice from the Peta Market is going to add contrast and length to the aftertaste, supporting a note of grapefruit in the drink. And finally, our acidity, or sour, is coming from the geisha espresso itself. I'll be charging your cocktail with nitrogen today to create a soft and velvety texture that helps complement and support the flavors within the drink. And this cocktail is perfect for any high-end bar or coffee shop that wants to serve a coffee-forward aperitif, because you can also pre-batch and pre-charge with nitrogen, so it's ready for quick and efficient, easy service. Grab your glasses. So I've chosen today to serve your cocktail on cracked ice. This is going to help cool the cocktail down as you drink it, giving you 10 degrees on that first sip, and your second sip will be slightly cooler at 8 degrees. This is found the best balance between the sweetness and the acidity in the cocktail. I'm also going to be serving your drink in hand-cut crystal glassware to remind you of the elegance of a Regency ball. And it's garnished with an orange coin to call back to the citrus notes of the coffee. Now, judges, please take 2 sips of your cocktail. On that first sip, with that 10 degrees, you'll get more intense sweet fruit notes of apricot and grapefruit. Then wait or pause a couple of seconds before taking your second sip, where it will have cooled down to that 8 degrees, and you'll get more of a marshmallow flavor, honeysuckle, and toasted almond on the finish. Please enjoy your diamond of the season. Thank you. Now, judges, for your warm coffee cocktail, we're moving to one of my favorite book genres, fantasy. I wanted to create my own modern interpretation of one of the most famous drinks in all fantasy book series, butterbeer. And the coffee I've chosen to do that is from the Rumadamo washing station in Sidamo, Ethiopia. And it goes through a 72-hour anaerobic fermentation before being dried as a fully natural process. And that's the reason I chose this coffee, because it has intensely fruity notes of yellow tropical fruits and red berries. So to best highlight these in my cocktail, I'm brewing with a 33.5 gram dose, 300 grams of water at 92 degrees Celsius, as this is where I found the best balance between that flavor intensity and the flavor clarity. So while that brews, we'll add the rest of your ingredients, and starting again with Courvoisier VSOP cognac, but 45 milliliters this time. And again, with that oak aging, it's going to give us richness, nuttiness, and vanilla notes. It's going to add depth, complexity to the cocktail. Then, we're adding 25 milliliters of a porter beer syrup. And I made this by adding equal parts of a porter-style beer with white sugar. Thank you. Now, porter-style beers have a distinctly roasted malt character, and that combines in this cocktail with the coffee's fruitiness to give a note of malt loaf. Then I'm adding 40 milliliters of a butter emulsion. I made this by adding 130 grams of melted butter, 200 grams of sugar, 200 grams of water, and 3 grams of gum arabic, which is an emulsifier that will help keep the syrup pourable at room temperature. This adds a coating texture to the cocktail and supports the fruity notes within the coffee to create a note of fruity red wine in the drink. Finally, 1 dash of orange bitters. This is going to add complexity and length to the cocktail, as well as combining with the coffee's fruitiness and contrasting herbaceousness to provide a note of cola. Now I'm going to let this coffee brew for 2 minutes full immersion, and then I'm going to strain it through my Seabarist fast paper filters, and that's going to allow for a faster drawdown, which will elevate the acidity of the coffee, contrasting the richness of the rest of the cocktail. And this cocktail is perfect to be served at a high-end coffee shop or a bar or restaurant that's looking for a cozy, coffee-forward winter warmer, because it's based on a style of a hot buttered rum. And it can, again, easily be pre-batched and kept warm in a sous vide or water bath, ready for quick and efficient service. Now, as a final step today, judges, I will be blending your cocktail. That's going to help emulsify the ingredients and create a light froth on top, just like a real beer. But it's also going to help create a velvety texture along with that coating texture from the butter. It will also help bring the cocktail down to a temperature of about 50 degrees on service. This is where I found the best balance between the richness of the butter and the fruitiness of the coffee. So please take 2 sips to fully appreciate all the flavors. And on that first sip, you'll get, again, more fruity notes of melon and that fruity red wine note. Thank you. And then on that second sip, you'll get more of that rich malt loaf and cola. Now, this drink wouldn't be complete without a little bit of magic. We are in a fantasy genre, after all. So I'm going to cast a little spell to give us a little garnish, a little dash of cinnamon, which is going to add a spiced aroma that complements the rich fruity notes of your coffee. Please enjoy your butterbeer, and thank you so much for visiting the library today. Time.
Oh, come on, let's hear it for Claire. Oh, there aren't enough people in the room to give that justice. That was a wonderful performance. Watching you perform, your clarity of performance, your clarity of explanation is just a delight to listen to. And a lovely narrative for this, which is the first thing that put a smile to my face. So walk us through the reason that you chose the books and the libraries and the novels. Did that come first? Walk us through that inspiration.
I guess. Well, yeah, because the thing I love most about this competition is you have a bit more freedom to be playful and like bring the judges into an experience. So last year I kind of was a little bit more like, this is the coffee, this is the drink. And this year I was like, I'm going to go full immersion, you know?
Right.
And I've been getting really, like, over the last couple of years back into reading and just like really immersing myself in books. So it just kind of felt like relevant. Cocktails are storytelling. Coffee is all about like telling the story of producers and terroir. And
sort of which came first? Were you looking at some of your favorite novels to apply to and create a recipe around them? Or was it, as always, like more about the coffee and the flavors and then trying to find a novel that came out of that?
I think it's a little bit of both. As soon as they announced that, are you guys just about to leave? Shall I say goodbye to you? Thank you so much. Thank you. Just reach right over. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because the book came first. Because that was like Regency era. And then
which one was this one?
that was the cognac-y cold cocktail.
Yep.
My brain is not working.
So
Diamond of the
this
season.
is the Pride and Prejudice one.
Yeah, the Pride and Prejudice one. That came first because the Courvoisier got announced, and then I was already thinking about wanting to create a drink like that, and I was like, Pride and Prejudice, cognac, boom. This one, the coffee came first because I knew I wanted to use this Ethiopian in something because it was really rich and fruity, and butterbeer just kind of felt right because the butter and the fruitiness. So yeah, they just went from there.
The last thing I want to ask you a little bit about is the comparison between creating a drink for SIGs and then the signature drink of a BC. Completely separate things, or are there parallels you can draw?
There's definitely parallels because I feel like balance is always a big important thing in both of those competitions. But I think in barista, the balance is, it's a different sort of balance because you still want it to be coffee forward, but then there's balance in the rest of this, whereas I feel like this competition allows me to just have more of an overall balance that you'd maybe drink the whole drink of. For sometimes in BCs, you're like, I've got balance, I'll take 2 sips. I'm not necking the whole thing.
Right.
It's functional.
More for the competition.
Exactly. So it's not something you'd really maybe necessarily serve on a bar, but it serves a purpose in that place, whereas this gives you the freedom to like make a drink you'd actually want to give to people.
Yeah, I totally agree. So I could talk to you for ages, and maybe we'll do that a little bit later on. But now, I want to let you relax, get back to your team. Thank you so much for sharing your journey on the stage. Let's hear it. It's Claire Wallace, everyone. Right, well, Claire clears up her bits and pieces and relaxes after the competition. Just for me to say that we'll be back on stage and on the live stream at 12:40 for our next competitor. We will see you then. Welcome back. Well, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to 2026 Coffee in Good Spirits semi-finals. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage for their first time debuting not only in Coffee in Good Spirits, but coffee competitions in general. So give a wonderful, warm Camden round of applause and welcome to the stage. It's Kenan Ridan, everyone. And let's bring our judges on stage as well to meet Kenan, and we can get this show on the road. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah. Judges ready? Time. Hello, judges, and welcome to this part of my life where I take part in this competition. Please have a look at this menu on the first side as I carry on making my first drink. The act of giving has been a crucial part in all of our lives, be it comes in many forms, be it through acts of kindness, physical gifts, or storytelling. It is a way for us to connect our past, future, and present, hence the gift. The two drinks I shall be making today is my way of giving back to those in the environment that made me for who I am today. Starting with the first drink. Being born and raised in Indonesia, I realized that there are three things Indonesians cannot live without. That is coffee, rice, and cigarettes. Cigs, coffee in good spirits, if you will. Starting with the coffee, I shall be using an Indonesian Liberica grown in Kendal, Central Java, by our friends at JB Coffee. I shall be brewing this at 105 grams. I shall leave this as I carry on making the spirits. Now, starting with the spirits, the sponsored spirit of the competition, the Corvasoir Cognac, known for its velvety and rich texture and its stone fruit-like sweetness. For this drink, in particular, apricot, but for this drink, I'm trying to get flavors of peach. 80 mils to the drink. Next up, lapsang shusang syrup, in which I made by infusing 1 part lapsang tea, with simple sugars, 50 ml to the drink. Known for its smokiness, it is meant to elevate that smokiness in this drink. Afterwards, Peychaud's bitters, known for its cherry-like flavors, to this drink. I'm putting 6 drops to give it some more citrusy flavors. After 1 minute and 20 seconds, I shall be extracting the coffee. The OXO brewer is the coffee making method I chose to use today. It is the perfect method for me to create a coffee concentrate, as it creates a great base for the drink that I'm making. The Liberica is known for its sweetness and stone fruit-like flavors, and with the hybrid wash process, it further accentuates that, in which, to this drink, it will give you flavors of caramel, and papaya. I shall be stirring this in ice, not just to cool the coffee, but to further dilute the alcohol. I shall be serving this in 2 chilled glasses as it helps retain drinking temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. To finish it off, thank you. To finish this off, I shall be using some Genmaicha foam to replicate the drink I'm making, known as the rice bowl. The Genmaicha foam I used using 30 grams of Genmaicha, in which I steeped in equal parts of milk and cream, and its rough texture is meant to replicate rice. I shall be serving this in a box, in a bowl with pandan leaves, as the aroma of pandan is meant to accentuate the flavors of rice, which on your first sip, thank you, you shall gift. You will get flavors of rice, caramel, and melon. And the second sip, judges, please do pinch of salt to it. It gives flavors of popcorn, orange, and salted caramel. Please enjoy as I carry on making my second drink. Thank you. Judges, after 8 years in the UK, I realized that people stigmatize the UK for having a lack of variety in food, a bland palate, if you will. But I realized in my first week here that that is absolutely wrong. I fell in love with a very traditional dessert known as a sticky toffee pudding, in which the second drink, I shall try to replicate that drink. Starting with the Coversoir. Also, its velvety texture. I'm trying to get flavors of blueberry, and using the same Liberica coffee, known for its sweetness and stone fruit-like flavors, I'll be having flavors of toffee and blueberries. Next, 20 mils of black sesame syrup, in which I toasted black sesame and infuse it in equal parts of simple sugars, which adds a toasted flavor. Lastly, carrot molasses to further elevate that stone fruit-like sweetness, especially in the blueberry. 60 milliliters to drink. And then tequila reposado, not for flavor, but for texture, as its rich and buttery mouthfeel is able to make it a nice, balanced drink known for its rich and creaminess. Stirring this. It shall retain its temperature of drinking temperature of 45 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature to replicate a hot dessert meant to be served at a late-night cafe on a cold winter night. To finish this off, some steamed milk, in which is meant to enhance the sweetness and further elevate the creaminess. I shall be serving this in 2 traditional coffee mugs to replicate that homey feel of the whole drink. Shall be pouring as I stir to retain that sweetness. And judges, please don't drink this until I call for my time. From this drink, you get flavors of toffee, blueberries, and vanilla. And mine, I add you trichol. Now, judges, as I go back to my first statement, that the gift of giving has been a crucial part in our life, I just want to leave this message to you guys and the whole world that we should start giving back. One gift at a time.
Oh, come on, let's hear it for Kenan. Well done, my friend. Amazing. First time, any competition, first time on stage. How does that feel?
Yeah, quite nerve-wracking, not gonna lie, but hey,
right?
did my best, I guess.
Yeah, you did amazing. I think it always it amazes me how much it takes to get someone to this stage, to get onto stage and to do something like this. There are very, very few people that are able to do it. So for the first time, I think you did an incredible job. I've got notes down here, how calm you were when you started, the fact that this whole thing was a bit of a gift. It was a gift to us to watch you perform. But talk to me a little bit about your Indonesian heritage and how that was brought into the routine. Was that something you always wanted to bring, or was it something that came a little bit later as you developed?
Something that because I knew where I'm from, I wanted to bring that as well, and knowing that we have Indonesian coffee, for sure I would like to use that and bring forth Indonesia's name as well. But yes.
Yeah. It's lovely to see Liberica. I mean, we were talking about this during the Brewers Cup we were doing last weekend. Like, Liberica seems to be making a bit of a comeback, so it's nice to see some different coffees. Were you always set on the coffee that we're going to use, or again, did you try and find a few different sources to begin with?
To be very honest, I was very keen on using Liberica or anything from Indonesia. Yeah. I know we have plenty of options from Panama and Costa Rica and Colombia, but yeah, I just wanted to use Indonesia for sure.
Okay, I'm just going to give you half an hour on the judge. If you catch their eye before I do and they want to say goodbye, which is now, okay, do you want to go say goodbye to your judging panel?
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. No worries. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
So listen, again, thank you so much for bringing it to the stage. A massive shout out to my favourite dessert ever, the sticky toffee pudding. It was lovely to see that immortalised into a cup. Thank you so much for bringing a bit of you to our stage and for competing in Coffee Good Spirits. We hope this is the first of many. Kenan, thank you so much. Let's hear it for Kenan, everyone. Good luck, my friends.
Thank you.
Okay, so as Kenan starts to clear down and breathe a sigh of relief and say hello to his crew, it leaves nothing more for me to say that we will be back on stage with our next competitor at 1:15. So if you're in the room or in the area or indeed joining us on the live stream, be back to join us for our next competitor at 1:15. We will see you then. your side? Yeah? Fantastic. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back into the room for the semi-finals of this year's 2026 Coffee in Good Spirits Championships. Welcome, as ever, to those of you joining us on the live stream. Thank you so much for your company as we run through 12 incredible competitors. And so it gives me great pleasure to announce to the stage for the first time in Coffee in Good Spirits, not their first time on stage, a bit of a stalwart for the BC competition, but for the first time for Coffee in Good Spirits, please welcome to the stage Anastasia. And let's welcome our judges to the stage to meet Anastasia. Best of luck to you all. Good luck.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Judges, ready? Can I have my music, please? Time. My favorite part of creating a drink starts with a choice. The choice that reflects my personality, my creativity, and how I feel. Just like the seasons, as we go along the year, the nature changes and offers us a choice. Today, I will present you with two drinks. A hot one that represents summer seasonality, and a hot one that represents winter seasonality, and a cold one that represents summer seasonality. These drinks were created to be served during the corresponding seasons, allowing easier ingredient accessibility. Judges, as I start with the coffee for my cold drink, please get familiar with the menus in front of you. One for you, one for you. Thank you. Today, I'm using a whoosh whoosh variety produced by Sebastian Ramirez at his Finca El Placer. This coffee comes from Colombia, Quindío region. Today, for your cold drink, I will make a twist on a highball. This coffee was processed as black honey, where after depulping, a high level of mucilage was left, allowing for longer fermentation process. As a result, a highly floral and distinct bergamot flavor profile. This florality is exactly what sparked my favorite memory from back home in Latvia. In Latvia, root vegetables are in season during summer. So let's begin with my favorite root vegetable, beetroot. This is a beetroot cordial, and I'm adding 40 grams to each of your drink. I made this cordial by combining beetroot juice elderflower syrup to highlight the acidity and florality of my coffee, and I also added a tartaric acid. The tartaric acid helped break down geosmin, a component responsible for earthy flavor in beetroot, and also created a new flavor note of blackberry. Next, I'm also adding 30 milliliters of Curacao VCOP. I wanted to highlight the florality of this cognac, as well as add sweetness that will tie all the ingredients together. Next, I'm adding the espresso shot. I made this using a recipe of 18 grams in, 60 grams out. This is where I found the best clarity and balance of flavors in my drink. Today, I'm serving you this drink over a long ice cube, as I found it helps bring down the temperature of the drink down to 10 degrees Celsius. This is where I found the berry-like flavor of my drink is best highlighted. For this drink today, I am mixing the ingredients beforehand, ensuring homogeneity and consistency in both of your cups. Finally, I will top up this drink with some sparkling water to bring a light and sparkling texture that reminds me of summer. I'm adding 100 milliliters of sparkling water to each of your drinks. Judges, as you enjoy this drink, please have 2 long sips. The first one, you will enjoy a light and sparkling texture. And in your second one, this is where you will experience the berry-like flavors and the bitter flavor. Please enjoy. Thank you. Please enjoy. As I was creating the winter hot drink, I realized the power of creativity. Not all seasons have a wide range of local produce to offer. This pushes us to use fermentation techniques for food preservation, allowing us to bring hot season best produce into a colder season. So today, I will start building my hot drink by adding fig jam and apple reduction. I'm adding 20 milliliters to each of your drink. I made this by combining fig jam and apple juice and reducing in half. I also wanted this drink to reflect my personal association with winter. That inspired the second drink, the second ingredient, which is orange juice, orange zest, cardamom, clove, and cinnamon reduction. I'm going to add 10 milliliters to each of your drink. I'm also adding 5 milliliters of maple syrup. This will bring sweetness that ties all the ingredients together. And finally, the coffee. Today, I will be using a blend of Katuai and Katura. But before that, let me add some cognac Courvoisier VCOP. I'm adding 30 milliliters to each of your drink. I wanted to highlight the spice-forward flavor of this cognac. Coming back to coffee. Today, I will be using Catuai and Caturra blend that was produced by Don Luis Campos at his finca Cordillera de Fuego in Costa Rica. This coffee was processed as anaerobic fermentation, followed with a thermal shock. This is where you got its spice-forward flavor profile, like cinnamon, cardamom, and ripe cherries. Today, I will be working in a preheated cups that allows to bring the temperature to 50 degrees Celsius. And I will also top up my drink with a double cream that I made by combining double cream, maple syrup, and orange zest. This will balance the orange flavors found in your drink and add a creamy texture. Judges, as I serve you this drink, please enjoy in 2 full sips. In the first one, expect a creamy texture. And in the second one is where you will experience gingerbread and toffee flavors. This for you, please enjoy. This one for you, please enjoy. Thank you. Time.
Oh, let's hear it, Anastasia. Oh, look at that. Well done.
Thank you.
How was that? I could see, obviously, there'll be a million and one things going through your mind, particularly when something really small just doesn't go quite according to rehearsal. But how you managed to work your way through that in such a seamless way is a real credit. To you. I'm curious a little bit about seasonality.
Yes.
I'm not curious about it, but it's one of the things that really touches all of us, I think. I think it really connects us with local ingredients and ingredients that are in season. And so using your Latvian heritage and bringing beetroot in, which is lovely. I do some work in Latvia, and seeing beetroot there all the time is fantastic.
Yes.
How important was it to bring that part to your presentation today?
Yes, I wanted to reflect my heritage, and I think beetroot is the best because it's the most popular dish, and this is what I was eating growing up, and especially the beetroot soup. So I wanted to translate that into a cocktail, and I think also beetroot is quite a fun one because it preserves the color. So unlike many coffee drinks, it actually gives you a more of a reddish color.
So you get the vibrancy, which you don't normally get.
Exactly, yes.
I'm going to say goodbye to our lovely
Thank
judging
you.
panel.
Thank you.
Judges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And then obviously for your winter drink, I mean, come on, like apple, cinnamon, clove, maple syrup. Like this is classic winter warmers. And you topped it all off by balancing cream on a drink, which you didn't have to do. That wasn't part. It's not the Irish coffee course.
Yes.
An incredibly brave choice.
Thank
I think
you.
you did really well. Which of the 2 drinks are you most happy with?
I'm definitely loving the beetroot one. I think I'm quite proud of it. Yes.
Super beautiful,
you.
flavorful. Well, listen, watching you at BC is always a pleasure. Now watching you on Coffee and Good Spirits is equally a pleasure. Thank you
Thanks
so
so
much
much.
for sharing your.
Thank
you.
you.
Anastasia, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, right, so while Anastasia just clears up her set to bits and pieces, of course, we'll be moving swiftly through onto our next competitor. So if you're joining us on the live stream, as always, thank you for your company, and we will be back at 1:50, that's 10 to 2, for our next competitor, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you back very shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back in the room. Welcome back to everyone joining us on the live stream. We are right in the thick of the 2026 Coffee and Good Spirits semi-finals day here at the Victoria Arduino Experience Lab in Camden, North London. And we've got our next fantastic human being about to take to the stage. No stranger to the competition stage, having competed previously in Brewers Cup and Cup Tasters and also Coffee and Good Spirits, but making this the only competition to come back for a second time. Must have done something right in the first time. Please give a wonderful warm round of applause. Our next competitor, it's the amazing, it's Richie, everybody. And let's keep the round of applause going. Let's bring our judges on stage. Judges, are you ready to taste some delicious cocktails? Yes. All right. Good luck, everyone. See you after.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Time. Welcome. Now, I'm going to need to borrow your imaginations for just a moment, because the weather hasn't played into my favor today. So hopefully some ambient background music and your imaginations, you can picture you've just walked in from the rain. Now, I can see my colleague is taking your umbrellas and your coats. So you just make yourself comfortable. I understand you're here for 2 courses today, a warm and a cold, and they'll be served in that order. Now, I'm going to hand you 2 menus. These are for you to look at throughout. And while you get yourself comfortable, dry off, and get warm, I'm going to start brewing my cold coffee. This is my second course. It is a Sudan Rumé from Campo Hermoso in Colombia. I'm using 16, sorry, no, I'm not using 16 grams. I'm using 22 grams of coffee in a V60 switch. I'm using Sibarist fast flow papers. This is so we can get the drawdown as fast as possible throughout the brew. I'm using 215 mils of water. I'm brewing this for 1 minute and 45 seconds. Now, the 2 drinks I'm preparing for you today are meant to evoke, an emotional, the feeling of home. When you get home after a long trip away, that moment where you feel a bit centered. They're also going to be novelty drinks. I'm a big fan of novelty drinks. Some of my favorite cocktail bars serve wonderful novelty cocktails that really surprise you. Each drink has been carefully designed to look like one thing and taste like another. Now, so you're still a little bit cold. And what I like to do when I get home, start with a cuppa. Now, I could have made a cocktail using just black tea, and that'd be fine. But I wanted to elevate it a little bit more. So I went with a cocktail designed around one of my favorite things, the cream tea. I'm going to start with an espresso as the base for this cold cocktail. I'm using 18 grams of coffee. Drain my filter. And this coffee is a washed Ombligon from Finca Las Flores, chosen for its strawberry and black tea taste notes. It wouldn't be a cream tea without either of those things. We're brewing this 20 grams in, 60 grams out. We're going for a lungo in 28 seconds. This lungo helps bring out that strawberry acidity and those black tea tannins. bring everything into a teapot today, part of a little bit of sensory redirection. So espresso goes in whole. We'll bring everything here for 2 drinks. I'm just gonna cover that while I decant my cold course coffee into a hyperchiller. This I will discuss when the cold course comes around, so you're not gonna miss anything on this coffee. Now, we've got the black tea, and there's some strawberry. They weren't enough. So first up, I'm adding 100 mils of a clarified strawberry liqueur. This was made as a milk punch using black tea and milk as a lactic body to the liqueur. And it also adds a bit of tannic to it as well. Next, we're adding the Courvoisier, a sponsor spirit. We're adding another 50 mils. This brings out raisin qualities we're looking for from the scones. And then just a small amount of a Hojicha black liqueur, 25 mils to be exact. This adds tannins and structure to the thing, just upping everything in the drink for the black tea. We're diluting this with 200 milliliters of warm water in place of ice, because we want to keep the temperature at a 40 to 45 degree serve for this warm cocktail. Now, there's a key crucial ingredient missing here. That's the cream. I'm a cream on top of jam purist. I'm sorry to anyone that does it the other way around. So to make that, I've emulsified brown butter and cream. An ISI whipper. We're just topping that there. Now, before I serve this to you, I'd be a pretty terrible host with a cup of tea. I didn't give you a biscuit on the side. Oh, terribly sorry about that. No, it's got the better of me. So this is a white chocolate and mango custard cream. I'm not a dipper, and I wouldn't normally judge anyone if they were. This is white chocolate, so it might melt in the warm cocktail. And while you enjoy those, I'm going to get started on my cold course. Second course, thank you. Now, for my cold course, I've used a Sudam Rame from Colombia, and I've chilled it in a hyperchiller. I've chilled it down. This was co-fermented with Enigma hops that were ground up during the fermentation and added to the mosto. These bring out tasting notes in the cocktail of pineapple, coconut, and pine. And we're serving this as a highball with 50 mils of Courvoisier. It's the only alcohol we're really putting in this, so it needs to be punchy. And this adds a malty taste and caramel to help with those tropical flavors from the coffee. We're adding 6 drops in each cocktail of a pineapple bitter. This is just to help boost those tropical flavors. And we're topping it, after we've added the coffee, with some Fever Tree soda water. This is just to add a little lift and carbonation to the drink, like a riff on a cold brew tonic. We're topping that up to a wash line, just above, the handle of the glass. And it wouldn't be a beer without a head on it. And this is my second point of home. Having a beer with friends after a long work day. It's called a swift half because it's to remind us of that lie we tell ourselves. We're just going out for one. Of course we are. This here I'm adding is a grapefruit. Well, it tastes like grapefruit. It's an orange, acid-adjusted air, along with soju. But acid-adjusted this from grapefruit to orange juice, add a little lift, but also replace grapefruit, which is commonly interacts with medication wrong. And I want this to be for everyone. Now, one quick instruction before you do take a sip. Please raise your glass to one another. We couldn't do this without you. And then take one big sip. Thank you. Cheers. At time.
Oh, Chris Richie, everybody. Oh, look at that. Well done, my friend.
Thank you.
Well done. An amazing job, an amazing work. And what a wonderful picture. Two judges cheersing. In one of my favorite ways to drink a beer is with a nice tankard, like thick style with the handle. Love this routine, love this concept. There is some beautiful storytelling weaved in throughout of that. It reminded me of a way that a chef will approach some dishes and create this sort of Michelin style where something is one and it looks like another. Is this clearly something true to your heart? Was this always what you wanted to bring to the stage, or was it a development of a lot of ideas?
It started with the cold cocktail. It was the first thing I designed. I loved the coffee going in. It's super hoppy, resinous, and it's really exciting. So when I realized I could do a highball with it, I love cognac. It's super malty and sweet.
That was lucky then, right? When you've heard that was the spirit.
And it keeps the color, which is really wonderful. It keeps that transparent amber ale color. Yeah. So it really helps deceive the eyes. And then, I was in a little cocktail bar, and I had seen the foamer.
Yep.
And was like, this is what I need. This structure of foam for a head on a beer. Great.
Outside of like coffee cocktail competitions, is this something that you play around with like normally, kind of in your spare time in terms of cocktails, or indeed coffee cocktails?
Yeah, coffee cocktails, less so cocktails, yeah. It's something I enjoy. I enjoy going to cocktail bars, drinking cocktails, and seeing how people change the way certain things taste. It's really exciting.
Absolutely. And I've got to pull you up on one thing. Cream on top of jam. I'm from Devon. I can't have it. I'm sorry. It's the other way around. The cream is the butter. But let's quickly say goodbye to our judges.
Thank you.
Judges, thank you as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, an envious role.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
But look, I think we can all agree, some amazing presentations on stage, some beautiful misdirection with the beers and the cream tea in the teacup saucer, two beautiful drinks by an amazing competitor. One more time, let's hear it for the amazing Chris Richie. Yeah. Great stuff. Okay, right, so while Chris clears down the stage and breathes a huge sigh of relief, we have just four more competitors to take the stage. And our next one will be up in no less than 20 minutes time, I believe. So 2:25 for our next competitor on stage. Just enough time to grab a drink, grab a cup of coffee, and make yourselves comfortable, and we'll see you back soon. Thank you very much.
I can make you one.
over back. Sorry.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back in the room. Of course, we are here, as always, at the Victoria Arduino Experience Lab in Camden, North London. This is the semi-finals of the 2026 Coffee in Good Spirits Championships. We are getting into the sharp end of the semi-finals day with just 4 competitors left to take the stage. It gives me great pleasure. It's always wonderful to see newcomers to the stage, not only newcomers in this competition, but in fact, in any competition. So please, give a warm round of applause. Competing in coffee competitions for the first time, it's Etie Stler. Etie, what did I say? I said Ellie. Etie Stler. Etie Stler. Oh, it was going to happen at one point. All right, should we take that again? Okay, let's build that up one more time, because it deserves it. It's your first time. Let's make this special.
Thank you so much.
Okay, right. So, welcome to the Camden Victoria Arduino Experience Lab in Camden, North London. This is the semi-finals of Coffee in Good Spirits, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage, competing for the first time in this fantastic competition, it's Etie Stler.
Thank you.
Etie, let's give the round of applause going. Judges, would you like to take up your places, as always, and get ready to taste some delicious
Hello.
cocktails, and Etie, we will chat after. Good luck.
Hello. Is this everyone? Nice. Hello. Time? Hi, judges. My name's Etie, and I work for Caravan Coffee Roasters. Before I begin making my first drink, I'm just going to brew the coffee really quickly, introduce myself, and tell you a little bit about my routine. So I actually worked in mixology from the ages of 20 to 27. This is exposing my age, because I haven't actually worked in mixology for about 4 years now. I've been in specialty coffee. But that means I do know a few things for certain. I know for certain that I could never have too many cigarette breaks during my bartending shifts. And I know for certain that my favorite cocktail is a Naked and Famous. A Naked and Famous is brought together by the 4 pillars of cocktail making: sweetness, smokiness, herbaceousness, and acidity. I would love to make that combination and make it coffee. Because coffee in itself, and all of its complexities, contains sweetness, herbaceousness, smokiness, acidity, and that's just by origin and by different farming methods. So I'm going to bring that technique and make it coffee for you today, which I'm excited about. So I'm just going to brew a single origin Brazilian for you on a French press. I wanted to use a French press coffee in a cocktail because it gives that nice body that you can almost find in like wine or in other spirits, and that is just by using the natural oils of the coffee. I'm using an 18-gram recipe and then a roughly 235-gram pour, and I'm going to let that sit for a while. So the Naked and Famous was actually inspired by the name of a song that you're listening to right now. It was inspired by a line in this Tricky song, and this made me know something else for certain, is that I wanted to make a conceptual drink inspired by something that was really close to my heart in my bartending days. This is going to become extremely relevant later, so keep that in mind. I'm going to walk you through the other components of my drink before we go on. For the spirit aspect, I've got Jameson's Black Barrel that I've infused with black peppercorns. Jameson's Black Barrel was aged in burnt old sherry barrels, so it gives this smokiness, but also like a vanilla, sort of cinnamony top note to it that I thought would go really, really great in this drink. With the black peppercorns, it's adding like a tobacco-y taste and texture. Once again, this will become extremely relevant later. Including that, I've done a homemade panela syrup, a very nice sweet brown sugar syrup. I'm just going to grab my glasses over here. If you can't tell already, this is going to be a riff on an Irish coffee. So I'm just going to do 50 mils each, very nice and boozy for you, of the black peppercorn infused whiskey. And just a little bit, 5 mils of brown sugar syrup. This is giving you a smokiness and sweetness of the 4 pillars of cocktail making I was just talking about before. And now that this is done brewing, just going to pop it down here. I'm going to add 50 mils of this coffee into the drink as well. This coffee has got a beautiful, beautiful chocolatey, sort of nutty taste to it, which I cannot wait for you to try. Now on the top, I'm going to float, ambitiously, a vanilla and sage plant-based cream, which I made earlier. This is going to come up with the herbaceousness that is present in the green chartreuse in a normal Naked and Famous. I'm going to use just one lovely big cube of ice just to whip this. Ooh, nice and cold. Get all of those little drops in. And float it on top. Nice. And on top, I'm just going to dust a little bit of orange sherbet powder. So for a competition such as CIGS, C-I-G-S, I wanted to make a drink that was conceptually something very, very close to my heart. And while I quit smoking, I thought it would be really fun to bring you a cocktail cigarette. As you take your first sip, I'm going to guide you through it. You should be hit with the nice heat of the cocktail, of the coffee, the smokiness from the whiskey, the sweetness from the brown sugar. The herbaceousness should then come through on your second sip. And then that wonderful acidity from the orange sherbet powder should be staying on your lips to give you the full conceptual walkthrough of a Naked and Famous, but in a cigarette version. Please take your first drag while I make the coffee for my next drink. So while my first drink was very much a heavy concept-fueled drink, my next drink was something I wanted to do very, very ambitiously. It's to create a cocktail made up of ingredients from just one single origin. My team and I have a huge love of Mexico, and I have an even bigger love of tequila. So I thought it would be really fun to make a completely single origin drink. The coffee that I'm using today is Familia Carranza. It's a coffee from an indigenous family-led farm in Mexico. I'm using an 18.2 gram recipe, brewing it for about a 38 yield. I'm going to mix that with 2 lovely slabs of authentic Mexican chocolate, which has been infused with a little bit of cinnamon. And I'm mixing them together and brewing it in this way so that they can fully incorporate together and get a nice silky texture. Because Mexican chocolate is quite granulated, I wanted to make sure you still got all of those wonderful, like beautiful notes from the chocolate, but making it a nice silky yet thick texture for the basis of my drink. Tequila. I tried to time that really well. For the construct of this one, I'm using Tiempo tequila, which is a tequila made 100% obviously in Mexico, made of only 3 ingredients: Mexican blue agave, volcanic spring water, and yeast. Using 50 mils of each of that. And just 10 mils of agave syrup. And I'm going to include half of a de-seeded habanero pepper, which comes native to Mexico. I'm going to give that a quick muddle, just to release those nice, natural, fresh flavors. And then pour in my coffee and chocolate. And give that a nice shake with ice. We managed to find beautiful Mexican recycled hand-blown glass for you. Because, you know, if you're going to do a drink 100% from Mexico, go big or go home. Tequila. Then I'm just going to strain that over ice for you. And for your consideration of a little garnish, just a spiked pickled jalapeno habanero, if you'd feel like a little snack alongside it. Thank you so much. Time.
Oh, come on, Etie Stler. Oh, Etie, come and have a chat.
Hi.
Hey. This is one of the best bits about doing this gig, is chatting to people that have done this for the first time ever, because also watching you is watching your raw personality on stage, and it is such a pleasure to watch. Before competitions get to you, before you have to think you need to behave in any kind of particular way, we just see you. So it was amazing to see that on stage. How was it? How was your first comp?
Yeah, good. It goes by so quickly.
Like so quickly, right?
But no, good.
Okay.
Good experience.
So why SIGs? Why, obviously from representing Caravan, a fantastic roaster, why Coffee and Good Spirits is your first comp?
I think it was a good mixture of both of my experiences, from working in mixology to then moving into working in specialty coffee. I also like making drinks that taste good. So
tell us a little bit about that. What coming from one to the other, 'cause it was drinks first, right?
Yes.
Like drinks and then coffee. What were some of the elements that you felt were similar, and what were the bits that were different when you moved from one world to the other?
I mean, I definitely sleep a lot more now. I think
It's ironic moving to coffee.
I know,
for some
right?
reason.
I think working within alcohol is so much fun, and I was able to learn so much about tastes and.
We're going to quickly say goodbye to our judges.
Oh, goodbye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Get to learn so much about taste and origin, and then moving to coffee, it was just so interesting because then, in the spirit world, at least everything looks different.
Right.
All coffee beans look the same.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it was to being able to take that knowledge and apply it to coffee. I just feel like I expanded my taste buds so much more, my knowledge so much more. It was really fun.
We were chatting about this with David, our previous competitor, that some of the issues that bars have is that you really only ever choose one coffee for your bar,
yeah.
where you can have 10 tequilas and 10 whiskeys. How is it switching to specialty, thinking that maybe coffee was one thing, and actually it's multiple things?
It was great. Honestly, I loved it so much. I moved and I was like, oh, I just like coffee. Now I'm like, I study coffee. I live coffee. There's just a whole big world out there.
That's amazing. Well, listen, serving and I quote, a cocktail cigarette and habaneros to a judging panel was a brave choice.
Thank you
and
so
I hope it
much.
went really, really well. Wishing you all the best. It's been fabulous watching you perform. Thank you. One more time. Let's hear it for Etie Stler. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, while Etie starts to breathe a sigh of hopeful relief, we move on to our last few competitors of the day. So join us at 3 o'clock as we welcome Jeremy to the stage. So come back on the live stream at 3 p.m. We'll see you very soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back, of course, to the semi-finals of Coffee and Good Spirits here at Victoria Arduino's Experience Lab in Camden, North London. So let's give a wonderful, warm round of applause. Another debutant to not only the competition stage, but especially the Coffee and Good Spirits stage. So give us some warm welcome, some love in the room. It is Olenowski. Let's bring our judges onto the stage. Judges. And Jeremy, best of luck.
Um, 6 minutes and 8 minutes. Is okay. Cool. Could I have a music check, please? Okay. And if I can have it when I say from the start, okay? When I say time, you can play the music from the start. Everybody ready? Time. Welcome. My name is Jeremy, and our menu today is inspired by my flavor memories. I grew up in Poland, and this transition between spring and summer has always been my favorite time of the year. Blossoming trees fill the air with aromas. Birdsong waking you up at dawn. One particular flavor defines this memory for me. Strawberry. As soon as the first punnets of strawberries are displayed to the people tired by winter, that's all anyone wants to eat. I'll come back to this in my second course. My core memory of summer is a classic dessert, strawberries with cream. At my home, usually served with Polish sour cream, which is tangy and thick. Your first cocktail is Earthly Delights, a cold drink which will bring you with me into this memory. At its core, it is a twist on the gimlet. Sweet, refreshing, and tangy. Perfect for a summer afternoon. The coffee I've selected to help us create this memory is a natural Pacamara from Finca Zarza in Colombia, produced by Jonathan Gasca. Bursting with berry, cherry notes, and lactic acidity, it adds fruit complexity into my drink. The spirit base of the drink is a Courvoisier VSOP cognac. Just like the Pacamara coffee cherries, the grapes at the origin of the spirit were harvested at their peak ripeness, just at the end of summer. I'm using 40 mils of the Courvoisier VSOP cognac. Splitting the base, I'm using strawberry liqueur, which I made using a Polish grain spirit base to bring in a juicy strawberry character to the alcohol. That's 10 mils. Next, 30 mils of a fresh strawberry cordial, providing the drink with fresh juiciness and a tart character. To bridge and enhance the flavors, 3 dashes of pink peppercorn, sorry, 3 dashes of cacao nib, and 1 dash of pink peppercorn tinctures made using a Polish vodka. and 3 drops of saline solution will also go a long way for balance. This is stirred with ice to chill and dilute. And the serving temperature is 2 degrees Celsius. And at this temperature, this creates a fresh, juicy, and floral gimlet-style base. Light and refreshing body, silky mouthfeel. Strained over a crystal clear ice cube. The Pacamara has been brewed as espresso. For intensity of flavor and aroma, I've used 18 grams in to 40 grams out recipe. Carefully laying it on top of my base. To create a striking contrast effect. For a texture element, I'm making a foam using my strawberry cordial and some Polish sour cream to really bring it home with gentle tanginess and a silky texture. As a foaming agent, I've used a vegan egg white alternative. Creamy, tangy, and sweet foam that remains stable until the end, providing the drink with creamy mouthfeel to remain stable. This would be a fantastic choice for a craft cocktail bar or a cafe with a strong cocktail menu. Both the base and the foam can be easily pre-batched and served quickly using a freshly made espresso. This is served in this bell-shaped glass, which will allow you to taste all layers at once, and on this floral coaster, representing the season. It's an early summer afternoon. Blossoming tree aromas weaving through the air. Birds singing their song. Please enjoy. Cheers. Now, with my next drink, it is a memory that I revisit every year, my birthday. Each year, my grandmother would make a birthday cake. Each year, the same one. A strawberry sponge cake. This, your second drink, is a grown-up reimagining of this celebratory dessert. This is a hot flip-style cocktail. As a spirit base, I have used 20 mils of our cognac for its smooth and rich baked vanilla note. And cognac is traditionally served for celebrations. And there always was a bottle of cognac in my granddad's cabinet. That is for sure.
2 minutes left.
Thank you. 20 mils of my strawberry liqueur, splitting the base for some added fruitiness, and sweetened with 5 mils each of a homemade strawberry syrup and a lactic vanilla syrup to bring out a creamy vanilla note. Now, 2.5 mils of vanilla extract to elevate the baked notes, and 3 drops of saline solution to enhance the flavors like in any proper cake. Now, I've kept this base in a water bath for the past few minutes to achieve a temperature of 65 degrees Celsius which I'm adding our Pacamara, this time brewed on the OXO Rapid Brewer, using 22 grams of coffee and 165 grams of water for a concentrated brew with elegant clarity. And finally, one of the most crucial cake ingredients that brings the whole thing together, a whole egg. The yolk gives a rich and thick body, while the white, frothed up, gives a light and fluffy mouthfeel. This would be a fantastic choice for a fine dining restaurant with serious coffee and bar programs. The serving temperature is 50 degrees Celsius. And at this temperature, I found the best balance of creamy strawberry and baked vanilla notes. Now, my birthday cake at the age of 8 wouldn't have cognac in it, or coffee for that matter. But I will be turning 30 this year. And I think it's time for something a little bit more grown up. Now, before you enjoy the final drink, I'd like to thank you for joining me today and exploring my favorite memories with me. Time.
Let's hear it for Jeremy Olenowski. Ah, Jeremy, come back and have a chat, my friend. Well done.
Oh.
Well done. How was that? First time on any stage, let alone a Copying Good Spirit stage.
It was quite something, yeah.
I think you did that flawlessly, like super calm, super relaxed.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple of things that didn't
No,
go
there weren't. No, there weren't. We won't mention those. Didn't see anything.
Nothing was my fault, I would say. There was everything was perfect.
So let's walk me through it a little bit. It's
of
always
course.
lovely to see people bring something unique to the stage, either something that relates to them personally, or indeed in your case, I think a lot of it was your heritage. So a huge Polish influence, that idea of coming, and we can all relate to this, coming out of the winter into the spring, summer for the first time, and here 2 recipes really evoking the strawberry quality.
Yeah, so I focused on the strawberries, which is my favorite fruit. And yeah, it's my first time competing, so I really just wanted to give a really entertaining performance and have some fun doing it. So
really nice. And obviously the birthday cake at the end. I think the judges are ready, so do you want to go say goodbye to your judging panel?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Thank you so much.
So the birthday cake inspiration. So again, just for those that are either watching on the stream or that aren't sure how any of this sort of comes together, how do you start to build some recipes like this in a really sort of simple way?
I knew I wanted to start with the strawberry flavor profile, and immediately I thought of these two like desserts really that connect strawberries to me, and it was pretty natural from that point. To come up with something. A cake obviously is not hot,
but again, you can create the creaminess and the texture and everything that pulls it together.
Yeah, the cake was it's kind of like all the ingredients of a cake, but in a cocktail.
In a cocktail form,
which you'd think would be disgusting, but actually quite delicious.
I know, it looks and smells amazing as you're preparing it on stage. Listen, we all know, anyone that's ever done any competing knows that it takes an army of people to support you. So is there anyone you want to give a particular sort of shout out to or a mention that's helped you on your journey?
Yeah, of course. First of all, thank you for my wife, Jane, for helping me with this and sacrificing her kitchen for the past long time. Thank you to my entire team and special guests.
Big shout out to special guests.
Love you guys. Thank you to Paul for helping to bring this really together.
Amazing. Well, Jeremy, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing it. Oh no, thank you for bringing your personality, your creation, your creativity, and your passion to the stage. We've loved watching you perform. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Jeremy Olenowski, everyone. Yeah. Okay, so that brings us to only 2 competitors left to take to the stage. So don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the live stream, there's still 2 amazing competitors to come. So join us back on the stream at 3:35 for our penultimate competitor today. We will see you there. Well, right, welcome back. Welcome back to our penultimate competitor of the day. This is, of course, the sharp end of Coffee and Good Spirits 2026. And before we welcome our next competitor to the stage, fresh from HRC, where he took his first coffee competition in Cup Tasters, now making his second appearance in a coffee competition, but his first debutante in Coffee and Good Spirits. Please welcome to the stage, it is Adam Musitano! And let's keep the round of applause going as we bring our judges onto the stage. Judges, get ready to taste some amazing cocktails. And Adam, good luck.
Cool, and then can we put it back to the start? Time. Today, judges, I want to take you on a journey through parts of my career where curiosity has shaped intention and how my personal experiences have helped me build and design flavor. I've got some menus here for you to look through while I get started on your first course, Hiraeth. Please excuse me, I'll just start making the espresso. I want to take you back to 2017. I got my first job in a specialty coffee shop in Cardiff, and it was here where I tried an Ethiopian coffee for the very first time. It was a mind-blowing experience, and it completely changed the way I understood how coffee could taste. So to honor that key flavor memory today, I'll be using a Dara Karamo, a natural Ethiopian heirloom varietal from Bura Warida in Sidama. This lot is made up of smallholders around Karamo, and it's incredibly rich and sweet, making it the perfect choice for my take on a Welsh-inspired hot buttered brandy. My recipe today is 19 grams in to 42 grams out in around 28 seconds, as I found this gives me the best balance of sweetness whilst maintaining that wonderful structured body and finish, which you'll experience today as orange blossom honey, dried fig, and black tea. I'll add this shot into my tin, along with 40 ml of a brown butter. I've made my own butter using cream from Daisy Bank Dairy, which is a third-generation organic dairy farm based in Powys in mid-Wales. This butter is going to add all of our texture to our final serve today, as well as really wonderful notes of caramelized white chocolate and toasted almond. To this, I'm going to add 40 ml of Gravasier. That gentle oak and soft stone fruit acidity will give us new notes of vanilla and peach. I'll then add 30 ml of a PX sherry. This is going to give us all of our sweetness today, along with new notes of sticky toffee pudding and raisin. And then I'm going to add 20 ml of a spiced black tea simple syrup. This is a 1-to-1 ratio of oversteeped black tea to dark brown sugar with a spice mix that's been detailed in your menus. I'll then add 70 ml of hot water for my dilution. I'll blend this to emulsify the ingredients and to create a homogeneous, silky texture for your final serve. Could I call it technical? Cool. Yeah. I'll blend this to emulsify the ingredients to create a homogeneous, silky texture for your final serve. I'll be serving this at 40 degrees today, as I found this gives me the best balance
of flavored clarity whilst maintaining that wonderful structured finish. The cups you'll be drinking out of today have been made by the Iweni Pottery Studio, an 8th generation pottery and Wales's oldest working pottery dating back to 1610. I thought these cups would add a really wonderful addition and a richer cultural history to this serve. Judges, you can experience final tasting notes of mixed dried fruits like peach, fig, raisin, and orange, with a wonderful spiced biscuit note of speckloos, barra brith, with a wonderful rich caramac flavor and long-lasting finish of Christmas pudding. Judges, please enjoy, and I'll start with our next course. We ready to begin? Wonderful. My cold course today represents where I feel I am in the industry as a coffee professional. To be stood here in front of you and to have had the opportunity to try varietals and processes I never knew existed 10 years prior. So with that in mind, today I'll be serving Cultura Churroso, a natural, anaerobic, oxidative, and thermal shock processed coffee from the Viguera brothers at Finca Los Flores in Acevedo, Huila, Colombia. This coffee goes through an extensive 180-hour total fermentation, which will give you wonderful notes of ripe passion fruit, eucalyptus, and chamomile tea. Today, to honor the processing methods these brothers have used for this coffee, I'll be creating a rapid, high-pressure, full immersion cold brew for this course. I'll be doing this in my Etie Stler whipper charged with nitrous oxide, as that high-pressure, full immersion brewing locks in delicate volatile compounds, which you'll experience today in this wonderful course. I'll then filter this through my AeroPress for added clarity in our final serve. Judges, when I first tried this coffee, I was blown away by its complexity, and I really want to showcase that in the best way possible. So I thought by pairing this with a classic Manhattan-style cocktail would be the great choice, as Manhattan was designed to be bittersweet, complex, and well-structured, which is everything I enjoyed about this coffee. So this cold brew base will be used for my take on a perfect brandy Manhattan. And my recipe for this is 40 grams of fine ground coffee to 200 ml of cold filtered water. To this, I'm going to add 40 ml of Courvoisier. This will give us a gentle spice and soft florality with new notes of ginger snap and jasmine. I'll then add 20 ml of Caprano Antica, a wonderfully complex sweet vermouth that will give us new notes of orange pith and saffron, before adding 20 ml of Dolan dry vermouth. This is to balance the sweetness from our sweet vermouth and to give us more freshness and uplift those wonderful, complex herbal notes found in our coffee. I'll then season this with 5 drops of coastal bitters. I'll then stir this down to achieve a serving temperature of 2 degrees. As I found this cooler temperature really accentuates that wonderful sweetness whilst maintaining herbal clarity. This drink can be easily batched ahead of time, making it the perfect, sophisticated, freezer door style serve for any bar or modern cafe environment. I'll then garnish this with a spritz of fresh orange to represent and accentuate that really wonderful complexity across the drink, before garnishing with a piece of real orange to give you a wonderful, soft, orange-like aroma, reminiscent of Jaffa cake. Judges, in your final serve today, you can experience tasty notes of 70% single origin dark chocolate, stem ginger, persimmon, with a wonderful, soft, earthy, woody note, reminiscent of pine. Apologies about that. That is my time.
Oh, let's hear it for Adam Musitano! You did it! Oh, how does it feel?
That was horrific.
Mate, your energy on stage, but also your calm and precision. This was great. This was a really polished, accomplished performance.
Thank you.
And not something that you would ever think that you've never done before. So
Yeah.
incredible credit to you and your friends and your family and your team for getting that to the stage. That's wonderful. Let's walk us through the two different cocktails. Let's start with the first one. I've got sort of like Welsh-inspired.
Yeah.
So I thought, was it Bristol or Cardiff, your first?
Cardiff,
It was
yeah,
Cardiff,
yeah.
which makes much more sense than Bristol. Christmas pudding in a glass, basically.
Yeah, that's
so
the idea.
fantastic.
Yeah, so heavily inspired by some of my favorite Welsh bakes like Barrow Breath and Welsh cakes.
Yeah, wonderful. Did you spend much time in Cardiff when you were there?
Yeah. So I live there now, have done for the last 12 years.
Are you still there?
Yeah, commute up into
amazing,
Clifton,
wonderful. Okay, so let's go to the Manhattan. One of my all-time favorite cocktails.
me too.
So, what was the inspiration for this? Did you start with the Manhattan and twist it, or was it the coffee that brought you to the Manhattan?
I think it was the coffee that brought me to the Manhattan. I really enjoyed that complex profile to it, really wanted to showcase it as best as possible, and I thought, yeah, pairing it with that style serve would be really good.
Yeah, I'm going to let you say goodbye to your judging
Yeah.
panel before I quickly carry on the
Thank you
chat
so
with
much. Thank you. Have a lovely day. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Sorry.
And such an elegant cocktail, always served in that sort of classic Nick and Nora sort of shape. But I'm also interested, and I think the people watching on the live stream as well, thinking like your journey into competing and how you found this style of competition where you have a presentation to make, how you found that different to like cup tasters, and give us a bit of an insight into that.
To be fair, it's actually really fun. I really enjoyed the process of writing the script and kind of rehearsing and practicing these builds. You know, like you always learn so much doing competition. Yeah, it was really good fun, really enjoyable, different, very different. and
Very
hard.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a completely different world. But now you've done this kind of sort of presentation, it can be so easily applied to almost all the other competitions that we run. So listen, I love chatting to you personally away from these competitions. It's been a lovely watching you on
Thank you so
stage.
much.
Adam, thank you so much.
Thank
One
you.
more time in the room, let's hear it for Adam Musitano! Okay, as is customary, Adam's going to go and clear away his bits and pieces, and we are one more competitor remaining for the day, and then we can close off our semi-finals. So don't go anywhere. Graziano, do we have a time for our last competitor? In 15 minutes' time. So those of you on the live stream, you've got 15 minutes to go and grab yourself a cup of something tasty or a glass of something potent, and we'll see you back on the live stream in 15 minutes. We'll see you soon. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your company throughout this day and these incredible competitors that have taken to the stage. But what a beautiful and fitting way to finish the competition than with the incredible Zoe. Now, Zoe has told us that this is potentially her last competition. We believe that when we see it, but hopefully not. So hopefully to take to the stage, maybe for the final time, in her own words, please give a wonderful, warm welcome back to the stage. It is, of course, Zoe Lung. Judges, would you like to come and take your places and enjoy some delicious drinks from the wonderful Zoe?
Hi, nice to meet you. Yes, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Yes, thank you very much. Can I get my music, please? Just like low down a little bit, just tiny. Yeah. Is it possible to start again? Yeah, thank you. Are you guys ready? Yeah? Time. Hello and welcome. I'm Zoe. Today I would like to share my story of moving to the UK and how it changed my life. Now, 2021, during the pandemic, I moved to the UK with my kid. Everything felt new and unfamiliar. When we arrived to the airport, we were so hungry, but we couldn't find anything to eat because it's locked down. So we went to my friend's house and to make me a bread pudding for lunch. Yeah, a bread pudding, but it was really delicious. It's soft, rich, and gently spiced. It made me so comfortable, especially in the British weather. Now, this is my first memory of the days in the UK, and today I would like to share that memory by serving you my cold coffee cocktail, bread pudding. Now, here is the menus for your reference, so please relax and sit back while I'm preparing you the coffee. The coffee that I've chosen today is a blend of natural processed geisha from Les Talazo in Colombia, go for the fruity and floral character, together with another natural processed Liberica from JB Coffee in Indonesia, go for the high sweetness and syrupy mouthfeel. Now, these two coffees, they go well together, very syrupy, and they have a dessert-like flavor. So for the brewing method today, I've chosen an AeroPress to make a fast cold brew concentrate. 40 grams in, 150 ml of water in 80 degrees Celsius. So the total brew times will be around 1 minute. It's pretty fast, pretty easy, perfect for cafe waffle. And now I'm going to give it a gentle stir to fasten the extraction. For the flavor notes of the coffee, you will find the notes of jasmine, tropical fruit, and citric. Perfect. And now we have the concentrate ready, and then I will add an extra 16 ml of the room temperature water to dilute it, so that we can have a ready-to-use cold brew coffee. Perfect. Right, so we have the coffee ready. Shall we build the drinks? So next, I'm adding our style of today, the Courvoisier's VSOP. So it is a kind of cognac aged in an old barrel for at least 4 years. So it warm, depth, go very well with our coffee. So 25 ml. Next, 10 ml of the discarded cascara vermouth, so infill with cascara, and complement with our coffee. 20 ml of a simple sugar syrup, 1:1 ratio, and it will give you a hint of sweetness. And 1 drop of the saline solution, enhance the clarity and balance between the sweetness and the bitterness. And next, I'm going to put some ice to give it cool down so that we can have a drinking temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. Perfect. So I will just use a spoon with a simple stirring technique to create that. So please write it down, the flavor of the drink. So you will find a notes of brown sugar, raisin, and cherry, with a lingering jasmine aftertaste, medium body, juicy texture. Perfect. So for the garnish of our drinks, I've prepared a cashew milk foam made with 400 grams of cashew milk, 20 grams of the homemade vanilla sugar syrup, and 0.5 grams of xylitol gum. So it's very creamy, slightly nutty, go very well with our bread pudding, just like when you have a scoop of the vanilla ice cream on top of your bread pudding. And the temperature for the foam will be around 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. Perfect. That's your bread pudding with vanilla ice cream. Please enjoy. And that's for you. Please enjoy. Yeah, and I will be right back with you. Yep. Thank you. So as a middle-aged single mom, relocating means starting over, not just for my family, but also myself. I was leaving from a boring job as a personal assistant and looking for something different, where becoming a barista gave me a way to change my life. Now, one of the first few drinks that I've learned as a baby barista, and we make it every day in a cafe, is cappuccino. After working in coffee industry for nearly 4 years, and now I have my own definition of making a cappuccino. And today, I would like to make it as a warm coffee cocktail, cappuccino eggnog. Now I'm using the same coffee as an espresso, 20 grams in and 60 grams out with the same coffee. Now, the ingredients for both drinks, you can easily find it from supermarket or online store. Everything can be pre-batched without too much effort, so it's really good to serve it in a commercial setting like cafe, restaurant, or high-end cocktail bar. Perfect. So now we have the espresso ready. Let's build the drinks, yeah? So next, I'm adding 25 ml of the walnut avocado. So it is a kind of traditional Dutch liqueur made with egg, sugar, and brandy. It's very creamy, and it will give you a new flavor note of custard. And next, 10 ml of demerara sugar syrup, 1:1 ratio, to give a hint of sweetness. Perfect. So now we have the espresso ready. Let's prepare the milk. So for the milk, I've chosen a cashew milk from Wood Health. It made with cashew, sea salt, and water, nothing else. So it's very creamy, slightly nutty. Go very well with our coffee, but not too overpowering. And also it's gluten-free, so really good for someone who have a specific diet. Perfect. So the drinking temperature for the drink will be around 30 degrees Celsius. And lastly, I'm going to add the VSOP cognac. So thank you, 15 mils. So I add it after is because I want to capture all the aromatic compound without over-powdering it. And then I will give it a stir. And lastly, do you guys usually put any cinnamon powder or chocolate powder on top of your cappuccino? Now for me, never. But today I prepared something special, a superfine sea salt. So it will give you a flavor note of white chocolate, a hint of orange, and jasmine. So please, have your first sip from the side without the salt, and then get a teaspoon, back and forth for 3 times. Enjoy the rest of the drink. So please enjoy it. Thank you, and please enjoy it. And that's my time.
Oh, let's
Thank
hear
you
it for
very
Zoe
much.
Lung. Oh, Zoe. How was that? Emotional? Look at that. You did it again.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I
Happy?
feel happy, and I do miss the training. I miss the training.
Do you really?
Yeah, this is the first year, this is my third time that's doing something like an on-stage performance. But this is the very first time that I do the training on my own in front of a wall. I mean, everyone was helping me to check my video, but this is something that's completely different in previously compared with the previous
so compared to having a coach or having someone to,
No,
as a team as part of it.
No coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, well, let's walk through a couple of the recipes. I mean, 2 beautiful, comforting, crowd-pleasing. So obviously like a bread pudding and an eggnog, so really comforting flavors. Was this something that you always wanted to bring to the stage, or did they naturally just sort of develop?
So my style of making a cocktail is always based on the food that I eat. So I love bread pudding, but also I like something like an egg tart. You know, British have the egg tart, and Hong Kong also have an egg tart, and I also love cappuccino. But the main thing is I want to present as my journey. I've been in UK for 5 years as a single mom, and then I changed my job. This is a very big change for me.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that, because that was something that it was a really poignant moment when you said about how your life changed when you became a barista and you met this whole sort of wider community. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so I was a personal assistant in Hong Kong.
I'm just going to quickly say goodbye to your
Thank
judges,
you so
of course.
much. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it was completely different, like working in the office and working behind the bar, and and also this is not my mother language.
Of course.
And so many physical demanding jobs. So for me, it's really hard, and also middle age.
Of course.
And with a son.
Of course.
And I live in Guildford.
Yeah.
And I compete, I compete here, and also I commute to work every day in London. It's not easy.
Well, I think it's amazing, the journey that you've been on. We are so proud to have you as part of our community.
Yeah.
And so proud and so lovely to see you share so much of yourself on stage. Zoe, thank you so much.
Thank
It's been a
you.
real pleasure,
Thank
as
you.
always. One more time, in the room, let's hear it for Zoe Lung.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So that is us wrapped. That is the semi-finals of the 2026 Coffee in Good Spirits Fashed Up. So Zoe, by all means, if you want to carry on competing and getting your bits and pieces off the stage, that's fine. So for those joining us on the live stream, we will be back in about half an hour. So roughly around 5 o'clock, we should be ready for the deliberation. If you're able to hang on until then on the live stream, then we will come back and announce the scores. But if you can't wait until then do follow the SCA UK's Instagram feed, and we'll post the scores and the results up there as soon as we have them available. So we'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone in the room. Okay, we are just about ready to announce the 6 finalists that go through. So first of all, I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone involved. A big thank you to our judges today. Thank you for giving up your time. Massive thank you to all you guys and your friends and families and everyone that came to support you, for everyone joining us the stream. So thank you to you, the competitors. Thank you to our hosts, Victoria Arduino, and all our sponsors for helping us put on the show. A big thank you to our committee and to one special member of the committee whose birthday it is today. So can we? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, that's right. Happy birthday to you. Hey! Happy birthday, my friends. It's a lovely trolley service. Okay. Right, so onto the serious business. Again, a massive congratulations to every single one of our 12 competitors. We had no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 debutantes take the stage today. So really, it's lovely, so many to see new faces on the stage. Thank you for... Oh, it's premium. Okay, well, this seems quite fitting. Okay, so I've got the results. I'm going to read them down, the names of the 6 finalists in the order in which they competed. So without further ado, the 6 finalists that will come back tomorrow to compete for the title is Annie Knight, Davide Aratzi, Shaw Siu, Claire Wallace, Jeremy Olenowski, and Adam Musitano. For those of you joining on the live stream, if you didn't catch that, we will be posting these names onto the feed any second now. For those of you that weren't unfortunate enough to make it through this time around, commiserations, you did an amazing job. But please, by all means, go and see your judges. They will be here for a debrief. Find out how we can look to hopefully welcome you back to the stage at this competition or other competitions to come. But again, thank you very much. And for now, good night.